I do love that Terran music from the first StarCraft game. So today we will be casting some games from the Amateur League SC2 tournament or weekly tournament 121. Looking forward to some of these games. We'll take a look at the bracket. We're still waiting on the brackets to be finalized. Everyone has to check in first, and then our tournament organizers will finalize the brackets in case some people do not show up or don't check in. You know, things can change right up to the last minute. We're going to start off casting the initiate bracket today, and then maybe go on to some of the veteran or prestige games. Looks like we've got a pretty loaded tournament today. 8 players in the initiate bracket. This is our medal leagues from bronze to platinum rated players. Couple of names that I recognize: X Deckers, Tanis, Genghis Khan, Flesh Tebs, and some I don't. I don't recognize Your Edge or Atlantean Scion. Valorius seems to sign up for a lot of tournaments, but I've never actually seen him play a game. He usually fails to check in, I think, and gets removed from the brackets. In the veteran bracket, we've got a couple of names I recognize. Cost Phoenix, who beat me badly the last time I came up against him. Old Lady, was a Zerg player. Sugarcult the Second, haven't had to play against them before, but they might have won the last major. I'm not sure. I can't remember who won that one. Balimko, who absolutely destroyed me. Bendito Zeris, who's a very good Zerg player. Blade of Ire and Glacius. Glacius being the tournament organizer. So it looks like a really solid veteran bracket here. I don't know the prestige bracket as well. I see a lot of these players interacting in the Discord, but I don't go and tend to have many interactions with them. But a couple names I recognize, like Heyman, Medic Jr., Defiance, which if you're not following Defiance, go over and follow Defiance RTS. I think that's what his channel is called, or RTS Defiance. He's the sponsor for the league, and he uses his stream to help support the league and help out with the prize pool. So go give him a follow. I'll usually raid him once I'm done casting for the day. And looks like we've got 3 players in the GM bracket. I don't really know any of these guys, so I'm not going to comment on them too much. If you're new here, I am a Diamond Protoss, and I technically made it to Diamond with Random and Zerg as well. And I used to play a lot in the Initiate bracket, which is why I spend a lot of time casting it. I'm more familiar with some of these players, and I feel like our medal leagues need to get some more exposure, because it's exciting to cast some of these games and to have your games casted. So hopefully I can get on and cast some of these games today. I think we should swap over to my casting view. Spent enough time on the brackets. Don't know who I will be casting yet, so I'll have to update my overlay as things go. So it looks like Valorius was removed from brackets. I'm assuming brackets are final, or at least they will be shortly. Nope, no go ahead from Glacius just yet. Just gotta wait for the go ahead from Glacius. Okay, it looks like X Decker wants me to join their game to cast. So he is a great Terran player. He was, I think, second overall in the league last season for the Initiate bracket. Had kind of an early exit in the major, which was maybe a little bit unfortunate. But you know what? These things happen. Sometimes you can spend all your time preparing for someone that you don't get matched up against. I'm going to run an ad real quick now to make sure that pre-rolls are disabled so that we don't get any of the actual action um, interrupted later on. Because running a ad for a couple minutes should disable the pre-rolls for an hour. So you know what? Grab a drink, stretch, relax a little, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Okay. So running this ad for those who I assume anyone watching right now is probably seeing the ad, um, but it will disable my pre rolls for about an hour. Okay, looks like brackets are final. So first match we're probably going to cast is X Decker versus Zerg Tannis, the battle of the 1-2 seeds from the previous tournament. This is going to be exciting. Get my overlay set up. This will be a fun cast. Maybe. Nah, this will be a fun cast. These two guys always come out swinging. So our map vetoes. Our first map veto is Amygdala. Then we have King's Cove, which I'm not a fan of that map, so I'm happy to see it taken out. And El Dorado. Not really surprising. That is a very Terran favored map. And Abyssal Reef, which is basically just the same as King's Cove. It's like a redesign or something. It's one of the old maps that, for some reason, got randomly added um, to this map pool. And Neon Violet Square, I hate that map too. So, and what will our final veto be? Final veto is Whispers of Gold, which is the shortest rush distance map in the map pool currently. So what is map 1? We have what do we have left? We've got Ley Lines, Frost Line, and Ultra Love. Okay, so map 1 is Ley Lines. Map. Okay, so we're going Ley Lines, Ultra Frost. Okay, so let's get the Observer plus mod. Bug fixes. I think that Zerg Tannis is in Australia. All right, we're getting into our first game right away. These two want to get it over and done with. They've faced each other many times, so this is going to be an exciting match. Very excited to see what both of these players bring out for this game. Okay, in the top corner with the blue Zerg drones, we have Zerg Tannis. And in the bottom corner with the red Terran SCVs, we have X Decker. Sorry, there's his player card for the Amateur League. A little bit of a mix-up there. Okay, so this is to start a best-of-3 series between these two players. Both of these players are very good. They've played against each other a lot, so I think they know each other pretty dang well. I'm just going to boost my audio a little bit so I can be heard a little bit better, because I swapped what my scene was, and that resets my audio. Okay. Okay, 4 drones off the bat going for the scouting SCV. This is a little bit weird. You don't normally do something like that because it costs your economy pretty heavily, but maybe he thought it was going to be like an eBay block or some other kind of proxy. Not really sure, but... So, X Decker usually plays a pretty standard macro game, but he does have a couple of different builds that he does, and I think in one of the last tournaments I saw him play in, he threw in like a one base battle cruiser all in that kind of caught Zerg Tannis by surprise. Zerg Tannis, on the other hand, has been playing a lot more macro lately, but the first ever games I watched of him, this guy cheesed relentlessly. It was actually quite something to watch, as he just all in, like 1 or 2 base all in all the time. But he's been playing really solid macro games lately. So it's hard to really tell what Zerg Tannis is going to do. Okay, we've got the command center on the high ground. from X-Decker. He has been burned a couple of times going for that low ground command center with the aggressive style that Zerg Tannis plays. This is definitely an adaptation because of that. Okay, anything else interesting going on the map? We got a factory coming up, so pretty standard. A couple of safety lings out to deal with the Reaper. Yep, just really standard play, but there are no drones yet. Zerg Tannis has over-droned his main. He is sitting at 18 workers out of 16. He should really be transferring some of those to the expansion. Just a little bit of Reaper harass. This is nothing too serious. It shouldn't really get any damage done. You might lose a ling or two, but in the grand scheme of things, that is not a big deal. Okay, we got a starport coming up, couple of Hellions, reactor making on the barracks. On the other side of the map, Zerg Tannis is building a couple of extra lings and some more drones. I kind of fully expect him to be holding down that drone button. Now, what is a little bit interesting watching Zerg Tannis is that he has not decided to pull any of his drones out of gas after getting the ling speed upgrade. You know, usually you will see Zergs, if they're being greedy, they'll go and they will pull out of gas entirely to increase their mineral income. This is kind of standard if you want to get ahead and you're planning on relying mostly on Zerglings in the early game. The fact that he's staying in gas makes me think that he is either going for like quick tech or maybe something like roaches. Banelings do require gas, so he might be going straight into Banelings, but that's a little bit risky until you know what your opponent is going to be playing. Because if your opponent is playing, you know, full on mech, which X-Decker does sometimes, then Banelings aren't going to see a lot of use. Third base coming up for Zerg Tannis. This is a bit late. Usually Zerg will expand faster than this, but, you know, maybe he decided to go more on the army supply. He does have a lot of lings for this stage of the game without really being pressured. Probably in case X-Decker is planning on using some Hellion run-bys, which he does like to do. These two players know each other very well, so I have to assume at least some... Oh, I don't think that the Zerglings had a chance to see the Liberator going by, or even if they did, you know, Zerg Tannis may not have caught that. Liberator is going to siege up, and there are no spine crawlers. There's a couple of queens, but not a whole lot of anti-air here for the side of Zerg Tannis. So Liberator doesn't get any drones. He does see it coming, gets his queen into position to try and get rid of this annoying Liberator. Oh, sorry, X-Decker is just going to re-siege, forcing the movement of the queen. You know, losing this Liberator would not be ideal. Ooh, the Hellions. Hellions get sniped. Well, not sniped, but surrounded and killed. Liberator goes down to the queen. We are getting a couple of lings in return, but, you know, a lot of Hellions went down. I think 3 Hellions, which is probably more than you want at this stage. Okay, now they have no way out. They're going to get surrounded. Oh, but the Infernal Pre-Igniter, the Blue Flame upgrade, absolutely toasting those Zerglings when they all funneled into the choke point. This has been really well played by X-Decker so far. He is not letting Zerg Tannis just go and expand for free. However, one thing that X-Decker does have to worry about on the other side of the map is getting stuck on 2 bases. You know, it's generally okay to be a base behind Zerg. It's expected Zerg will be a base or 2 up on you. But it's not necessarily ideal to stay stuck on 2 bases. Which I see happen quite a lot in Terrans at this level, is they just get hemmed in, they get stuck on their natural, and they never actually get out there to take a third base. Now we are getting some damage done here, but I still don't think that these trades are really favorable for X-Decker. He is losing all of his Hellions for these, and when that happens, you really don't have anything to keep the pressure on. It means that then Zerg Tannis is free to run across the map here and stop you from taking this, because what does Exeter have at home. Couple of mines, couple of Hellions, but he could probably go and stop this without too much trouble. Though, as I say that, the army supply is 35 for Exeter and only 16 for Zerg Tannis. And the worker numbers are pretty even, but Exeter is oversaturated on both of his mining bases. Liberator goes down on the other side of the map. This has been some really good harass by Exeter. Wait, are we going mass muta? We must be. Double spire, double upgrades. Has this been seen by Exeter? No, he has no idea. Mutiling Bane. Okay, if you're going mass muta, you need to hide these mutas until like the most opportune time. Oh, you're just whole army hotkeying. He's gonna see it. He's gonna be able to respond to it. You gotta hide those mutas. Okay, now Exeter sees the mutas. He knows they're coming. We should be seeing missile turrets going down in every base. Yep, there they go. Which, I mean, if you hit enough of a critical mass of Mutalisks, then it doesn't really matter as you one-shot the turrets, but it's still not ideal at all. You really want those mutas to be a surprise. And I have to think, since he is doing the double flying upgrades, the double air upgrades, that this has to be like a mass muta strategy or something. Because you don't spend that amount of money on just making 5 or 6 mutas. Got some partial wall-offs, got some oversaturated gas geysers, which from what I recall is a bit of a hallmark of Exeter, as he tends to oversaturate his bases and his gas geysers a lot for some reason. Ooh, we got 4 upgrades coming up. +1 air and armor, or sorry, damage and armor for both air and ground are finishing at the same time. That is actually a pretty huge power spike for Zerg Tannis. Now, we don't have yet any upgrades for the side of Exeter, but they are expanding to their 4th bases at the same time. And like I said, as Zerg, you kind of want to always be 1 base ahead of your opponent. Yeah, I really don't know about playing Mutiling Bane against mech. And you've seen for a while that it's mech. I feel like that is not ideal. And really what you need to do, I think Zerglings are good against like the Cyclones. They get roasted by the Hellions, but he needs to be setting up surrounds on these armies, is what he needs to be going for. He needs to get a mass number of Zerglings out. Ooh, Ultralisks. So we are Ultra Mutiling Bane, which is an interesting composition to go for, to say the least. Now, Ultralisks are good about just about everything in this army, so it is an understandable choice, but oof, those Widow Mine hits are going to be devastating. Exeter is actually significantly up on army supply on Zerg Tannis right now, and that is a bit of a problem, though. Here come the Ultras. The first couple Ultras pop out. Exeter just calmly macroing up on the other side of the map. Like, there is such a supply difference here in worker and army. Exeter has basically been ahead this entire game. I think that this is smart. You don't want to keep throwing your army into the same corner. You have to assume that he's getting bases up on the other side of the map. So go and start barbecuing some drones where his army is not. Ultras are slow, which means that you can go and get away from them pretty easily, unless you run all of your Hellions into getting surrounded by Zerglings. Then, unfortunately, there's not much that you can do. So Zerg Tannis is, he's getting a good amount of army up. He has started the +2 ground and air upgrades, all of them. They're all going to finish at roughly the same time. X Decker is starting his +1 ground weapons and +2, I think that is armor for mech units. So he is going to be significantly behind on the army. I do think that a bunch of tanks are probably a good idea. Tanks do bonus damage to armored units, and Ultralisks are armored units, I believe. Um, I don't know. Oh wait, no, the Thor is good for the Mutalisk with the splash damage. So Thors do make sense. Um, but what he needs to do is not rush in. He needs to make sure that he has his tank line set up before he starts moving in and taking fights where his tanks are completely ineffective. Yeah, and then you kite with this army. You don't stand and fight typically, um, and there goes a whole lot of Terran units. I want to say for the record that I do not particularly think that this unit comp coming out of Zerg Tannis is particularly good. I think that this is more relying on some misplays out of X Decker. Yeah, X Decker has 3,000 minerals in the bank. Like, I think you just keep expanding, building planetary fortresses and command centers. The problem is that these Hellions do nothing to these Ultralisks. They're very good against the Zerglings, but they do nothing to the Ultras. And right now, X Decker does not have an answer to the Ultras. One answer could be Liberators. Oh, a whole bunch of idle SCVs in his main base. He just ran everything in, like move commanded, and lost everything. Oh boy, look at these Ultras. They are just shredding these planetary fortresses. Most of the mutas have gone down to the Cyclones at this point. There are no Lings, though more are being run across the map. I believe there's 18 in production. It's mostly that these Ultras are just not taking damage from what um, X Decker has in his army. He has nothing to deal with these Ultras. No Ghosts, no Liberators. Liberators could also, with their splash damage, air attack, have helped deal with the mutas. And currently, other than mutas, Zerg Tannis really has nothing that shoots up. No anti-air, so could have been an option. Okay, Cyclones are going to finish off these Ultras, but X Decker is out of gas. He has never properly saturated his natural base to have the proper amounts of workers on the gas. His main has only 2 workers instead of 3 on the one that's left. He has a Ghost Academy up, but he has basically no gas income. And this is part of the problem with his mech build, is since he has not properly saturated those resources, he can basically not build much other than Hellions right now. And he has no chance really with this income of getting up a good number of ghosts to deal with like the Ultralisks. All right, he has oversaturated the space with 30 SCVs mining minerals. He needs to get those SCVs into gas. He needs to get a proper number of SCVs at this base into gas. I try not to nitpick stuff like this too hard at this level of play. But this is something I see from Decker quite frequently. And it's one of the things I think holds back his play a little bit. Because I think that he would be able to, support his armies much better, replenish them if he had, proper income and a proper economy set up, which is not the case. He is mass building missile turrets to deal with the mutas, but the mutas aren't the threat here. These ultralisks that you absolutely have not been able to deal with. But you know what Terran does when they're behind is they just start turtling up like crazy. Okay, another big fight. It looks like the ultras are destroying everything. Like he has nothing that can really stop these ultras. That Liberator not even sieged up. Now Zergtanis does decide to back off, but I honestly think that if he just pushes forward and gets those tanks, that's probably just game. I don't think that there's anything at that point that X-Decker can do to stop Zergtanis. Mutants are going to take out that Liberator. These Ultras are going to chase down these Hellions because they just do nothing to stop them. No damage whatsoever. Both players are kind of rebuilding their army, but like the supply difference says the game here. Like Zerg is up 70 supply, 60 supply on X Decker, and so we still have not fixed the gas situation. We've now run out of minerals in this base and have not fixed it. We lifted off the orbital to go to this base and dropped all of the mules in existence to mine it. Yeah, still has basically no gas income. He's basically on one base of gas income, is essentially what it is. Or maybe like 1.5, but some of that is long distance mining. And that's not sustainable when you're playing mech. Because all mech units cost tons of gas. And you need ghosts to deal with these ultralisks, or at least liberators. And without that, you just don't have anything to deal with them. And those cost a lot of gas. Now we do have 10 drones going down here, but I think that these are kind of the dying gasps of X-Decker's effort. He can't really rebuild much here. He's out of gas. He is trying to get up some missile turrets, but the economy of Zerg on 92 workers is absolutely booming. 92 drones to 59, but a whole bunch of these 59 SCVs are, on one oversaturated base, two oversaturated bases. There's just no gas income for him. Still has not fixed these geysers. He recognizes that his gas income is a problem because he went and cleared this and built one, but he still only has one SCV on it. Yeah, we just aren't able to produce with this economy. So Zerg should be able to roll over X-Decker soon. We got another Hellion run by. Probably see some drones go down for this. 6 drones, 7 drones. Do we get a scan? Couple more drones. 11 drones go down, but the mutas are here to clean it up. I never really thought of Mutiling Bane as being an anti-mech composition, but it seems to be working for some reason, even though I really feel like it shouldn't be. Okay, so we're not, trying to get a command center up here by lifting off this one. Oh, we fixed some of our gas efficiency in the natural. This base entirely out of workers. We could be like long distance mining. We could be, flying the command center somewhere else. We are basically on one base's worth of mining. If I'm in this situation, though granted I'm not a Terran player, I would be, probably GGing out because at this point I am just making the Zerg come to me to kill me. I'm essentially, dead. I am just making them come to me and dig me out of my hole and kill me. Um, so that does seem to be the play a lot of Terrans make in general. Okay, high sec auto tracking is finishing, but I don't think it's going to matter a whole lot. I think this game is pretty much in the bag. 185 to 80 army supply. A couple of Zerglings dying to tanks in sieged up positions, but this game's all over except the Cryon. Zerg Tannis is spreading the swarm throughout the map. On like 8 bases to essentially 1 base from X-Decker. And there the Banelings go. 39, 40 SCVs going down in a single bust. Ouch. That is painful to see. We are now at 35 army supply to 100. Alright, this game is over. There's the GG from X-Decker. And game 1 goes to Zerg Tannis. Okay, game 2 was Ultra Love. Bug fixes. Okay, both players are ready. We're going to get into game 2 right away. Nice, fast games. I am certainly not opposed to in any way, shape, or form. All right, game 2 is on Ultra Love. A bit of an interesting map. Reminds me a lot of Site Delta, which was a map from a map pool a little while ago. I can't remember if that's the last one or 2 map pools ago. But similar kind of layout with ramps up to bases, some rocks in between. Just Ultra Love looks a lot cooler. Okay, so in the bottom corner with the blue Zerg drones, we have Zerg Tannis. And in the top corner with the red Terran SCVs, we have X-Decker. All right, so we did have a good game from both these players in the last one. I was not expecting the Mutiling Bane comp to come out from Zerg Tannis against, X-Decker's mech. But once you got the ultras out, it seemed to work pretty well. I think a lot of the problems that X-Decker faced in that last game came from his economy. He often is oversaturated on bases and sometimes, undersaturated on gas or oversaturated on building doing a supply depot block. That's interesting. I don't know that I necessarily agree with pulling that many drones for it. Like that's a pretty big hit to your economy, I would probably just go take my third instead, and then have an easy expand in my natural. But Terrans are always so annoying with those blocks. Building like an eBay or something in your natural. Got the Overlord going across the map. Reaper start for X-Decker, so a little bit of a delay on his opponent into a Reaper, so probably going to try and harass him a little bit early. Got the Orbital Command coming up. Spawning Pool coming up for Zerg Tannis on the other side of the map. So this is match point currently for Zerg Tannis. If X-Decker wins this one, we go on to Frostline for the final game. So there goes the Reaper across the map. Not sure whether or not Zerg Tannis actually saw it with the Overlord, because X-Decker did something a little bit funky and flew it up here before moving out. Now we have the Marine out to try and kill it. Factory first. So we have not started a command center yet. There it goes. Everything so far is pretty standard between these two players. A little bit of Reaper harass. Might get a Zergling. Oh, Queen is out though, so you gotta kind of run that Reaper away. Double Starport. So X-Decker has done a couple of pretty interesting double Starport builds. I saw him do a double Starport into like Mass Banshee, which caught Zerg Tannis completely off guard last time. It would have caught me off guard too, because I'd never see anyone do things like that. Or he also has done double Starport into Battlecruiser. So I'm curious to see what this double Starport is going to be. However, you may want to consider pumping out a Viking right away to snipe some of these Overlords, because if you're doing something like this, chances are you want it to go unscouted. We're going to see a Fusion Core coming up soon. Got the Orbital coming in from the second command center. Oh, looks like we are either doing, it's either double Banshee or double BC. So we've got two tech labs up. But yeah, you want to make sure that this goes unscouted. And so far, Zerg Tannis has not seen anything. He may have seen the building, in flight. I don't know whether he did or did not. We've got a bunch of SCVs run over here before the command center. So I don't think he saw the starports, because we are not seeing any kind of like spore crawlers in the main. Looks like we're maybe going for a roach all in or something, which if that is what's happening here, oh, that is a fusion core. This is double starport for battle cruisers. We've got the extra refineries going down in the natural. I thought I saw for a second something start up there, but maybe not. There it goes. Battle cruiser operational. Yeah, meanwhile, Zerg Tannis on the other side, with maybe a little bit of a misread because he didn't get a good scout, starting up Roach speed and 1-1 attack upgrades, no armor, which makes me think that he is going for some kind of a Roach all-in. Now, that being said, if X-Decker gets a couple of battle cruisers out and teleports across the map, and, Zerg Tannis is just building Roaches, that is basically just GG at that point. Yeah, this is good. X-Decker needs to keep Zerg Tannis's kind of eyes on him harassing the base, and not expect these battle cruisers that are going to be popping out. I love Metal League games. Like, I never see shit like this at Diamond or higher. This is fun. Okay, that is a lot of roaches. Now, one thing is, without having tanks on like the high ground, this is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. Oh, the battle cruisers across the map. If he kills these queens, then A, there's no anti-air. B, it hurts the Zerg production a lot. Oh no, he's not targeting drones. He's on the Roach Warren. 4 drones going down so far. Now, if he has battle cruisers at home, this attack will probably not do anything. This Roach all in. The queens are down. The Spire is going up, but X-Decker should just be focusing that Spire, but I don't think he's actually noticed it. I don't think that he's like clicked on it and noticed that it is a Spire. He's focusing on drones. Zerg Tannis needs to basically win this attack, or with this attack, but that's not really possible. Um, Zerg Tannis has no mining going on. Those Widow Mines aren't buried, or burrowed. Um, but we need to jump these battle cruisers home to deal with this attack. But this should be enough that he's able to stop it. Now, there is a little bit of a problem that even though Zerg Tannis doesn't have much in the way of economy anymore, and is losing queens, there are a couple of corruptors on their way. Now, I do think 3 corruptors is not enough to deal with a battle cruiser, but I could be wrong in that. I don't really play Zerg all that much, and or Terran, so I'm not sure how many corruptors exactly you need in order to deal with something like this. But Zerg Tannis basically has no income right now. I almost maybe would have considered, spending some of those minerals on a hatchery on the other side of the map. But even so, if X-Decker had focused the Spire and just killed it as it was morphing in, these corruptors never come out, and that should have just been a game over right there. This should still be a game win for X-Decker. Oh, but he's got a lot of SCVs that are kind of just sitting there. They're not repairing anything. They're not mining. They're not doing much of anything. Why do we have 4 command centers in our main and natural? Well, at least he's realized, I think, that some of those SCVs weren't mining. He seems to have them selected. This is not a full wall. This has, like, 3 gaping holes in it that Zerglings can run through. We have 3 battle cruisers up. Still no spores in the main, and only 3 corruptors. Like, do a scan on the other side of the map, see what he has, and jump your battle cruisers over. Oh, he's realized that one of the battle cruisers is hurt. Do we have like a Yamato gun or anything in research? I don't think so. No, Banshee out. Like, if you jump these battle cruisers over now, right now, you win. Zerg Tannis has nothing to actually shoot these battle cruisers, so other than maybe a couple of corruptors. But 3 corruptors do not win against 3 battle cruisers. So jump over, be aggressive. Or hit the main with the Banshees while you draw the corruptors somewhere else with the battle cruisers. This is the right move from Zerg Tannis, though, is to counterattack with the Lings. Force him to stay on the other side of the map. There's actually so many Lings going down, or sorry, so many SCVs. Like 14 SCVs going down for that is insane. Yeah, I think that if Decker just attacks with the Banshees and the battle cruisers, he wins. Like this should be you should be able to even ignore this third base and just go to where the drones actually are. Don't let Zerg Tannis get back into this game, bro. This is your game to win. Also, I guess your game to lose in this case. Yeah. So he's got 4 corruptors, 5 corruptors, 6 corruptors. Okay, now he's got a bunch. You waited too long. Oh no. You waited too long. Now you need Vikings to deal with those corruptors. Oh, this is so sad. Decker literally had Zertanis in the palm of his hand. It's been like 3 or 4 cases where he could have won already in this game. Now, here is the thing that that is a huge commitment on corruptors, and X Decker with 91 army supply should be able to wipe the rest of Zergtanis' army off the map. And while he's doing that, the battle cruisers can be in the back of the base, killing workers, ruining his economy. They don't need to be here. Yamato Cannon is online. Honestly, my one criticism of X Decker with his battle cruisers is he is way too conservative and timid with them. Like, just if he jumped them across the map after repairing them, um, earlier, the game was over. But he keeps doing these maneuvers where he flies them to a corner and then like slowly flies them into the back of the base. Now Zergtanis is up to 4 bases. He's got 61 workers, 61 army supply. Now this should still be able to be pressured by Decker, especially because you know these Ravagers don't take less damage from Hellions. They're not armored, so they should do decent damage to it if he has enough. Okay, we got this Banshee Hellion Cyclone run by, but not actually all that many workers going down. Oh, I don't like this for Decker. I feel like the momentum has very much shifted. I think he had this game in the palm of his hand. We're sticking on this mech army with a lot of Hellions, but like he's not building many Zerglings. He's got some because every Zerg army has some, um, but he's primarily like Ravager, Hydra, Corruptor. And you know what? Some of this could be Caster Curse. I have a bird's eye view of everything. He doesn't, but he's got like lots of energy on these orbitals. Could be doing scans. 15 SCVs not mining in the main base. Let's get that somewhere. Now, he needs to bring the tanks and get them set up before he goes into something like this. That is something Decker does a lot. Ooh, there we go. I like that move. I like that move a lot. A couple of Corruptors getting picked off. Oh no, the Hellions are targeting the pillar. Now, we get 10 drones. These battle cruisers are probably going down, but in all honesty, these battle cruisers have been diminished in efficiency ever since those corruptors came out. Since the moment those corruptors came out, Decker has not really gotten much done with those battle cruisers, so I don't mind kind of trading them away for 10 drones. Okay, this is what we need. The siege tanks are up in killing hydras. Decker is, playing a little more slowly with these siege tanks. This is good. That's what he needs to do, is make sure that the enemy Zerg are running into him. Not that he is taking a fight before he is honestly ready and having his siege, or not having his siege tanks there. All right, what do we got around the map here? Not a whole lot going on. I am so worried that Decker is now going to lose this game when he had, everything he needed to wipe out Zerg Tannis early on with those surprise BCs. Oh, mutas are coming up for Zerg Tannis. That appears to be his answer to this. Now, I personally, not a fan of mutas. Ooh, those lurkers are doing so much damage. Okay, Decker sees the mutas, but he didn't really have an answer for them the last time, and I'm not convinced that he'll have an answer for them this time either. Does not have a ton of anti-air around the map, or mines, or anything. Looks like we've got a Raven coming up, probably just to clear creep, or actually to see the lurkers, but he does have plenty of scans. So he sees how many bases Zerg Tannis is on. Zerg Tannis is on 5 bases. Decker is now on 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lots of command centers coming up. I don't know why what the point is of doing these walls that kind of have that aren't actually walls. They're just depots scattered around and a partially built missile turret from when that attack happened earlier. Okay, looks like the base on the right side for Zerg Tannis is going to go down. That gets sniped by Decker. 7 drones go down with it. I like that move. Still not really having any anti-air. We've got a couple of Cyclones. Cyclones are making up essentially the entirety of Decker's anti-air here in this max out force. No Vikings, no Liberators, no, obviously no Marines. He's playing mech. We do have similar sized armies, but Zerg generally will be able to remax faster. And I don't think that Decker has a good answer to dealing with these lurkers. So much army supply was just lost. He has no Liberators, no Ghosts. So siege tanks are getting some shots off. Okay, now's the time. Go for it. Go for the fight. The lurkers are unburrowed. He is trying to get them out of there. But you have nothing to deal with those mutalisks. Zerg Tannis apparently reading Decker like a book. Which these two have played against each other a lot. More Hellions on the production tab. Whole lot of idle SCVs. X-Decker is basically out of minerals at this point, but he has a high income from all the mules. need to get these SCVs either transferred somewhere where they can be useful or thrown into the meat grinder with your army to at least provide some kind of value. Because just sitting in the back of your base, doing nothing, is only harming you. Okay, the space is under siege. We've got banelings coming in to bust the workers and the buildings. There's just too much Zerg here. I don't think that this orbital is getting out there, bro. And it's going to burn in just a second. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, dead. Another missile turret going down. And yeah, all across the map, Zerg Tannis is pushing Decker back. And that's not to say that these are free fights by any means. Like, Zerg Tannis is losing a lot. But he has a massive economy. And he is able to absorb these losses. He's doing what Zerg does. Zerg Tannis has completely mined out 2 bases, on his way to mine out a couple more. Yeah, you can't keep attacking into these positions with these lurkers. Not with the army comp that you have. I have no idea what Decker's upgrades are looking like. Can see that the final melee and armor upgrades are coming up for Zerg Tannis. There we go. There's the upgrades. So I think that Exeter only has 1/1 mechanized upgrades, like the armor upgrades, or mech upgrades. So he's really at an upgrade disadvantage in this entire situation. And the mutas are coming in. There's nothing really to take them out. These tanks are doing a lot of damage to the Hydras and the other ground units, along with the planetaries, but Decker has never had an answer to these Mutalisks. A couple of Vikings are just now coming out. Chases into the Lurkers a little far. Yeah, X-Decker, despite having a high mineral income, is struggling to keep any of that money in the bank. He is spending it instantly, which is usually good, usually efficient, but he is way down in army supply. I didn't even realize that there was a tank in that corner there, but the Mutas found it, and there is no longer a tank there. Died very quickly. And the Zerg are swarming into X-Decker's base right now. Lurkers are burrowed, taking out the planetary. I don't think that the missile turrets are in range to see them, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, they are not. And this is, getting pretty close to just about done. 19 SCVs go down. X-Decker is on 78 supply. Zerg Tannis with the ridiculous comeback. Like, how even do you come back in this game? Couple of Widowmine hits. Great connections on the Mutalisks. Could have flooded the map with Widowmines. They're cheap. But X-Decker is getting all of his production absolutely destroyed by these Hydras. And I think that the number is just missed. 102 to 22 army supply. Yet there is the GG from X Decker, and Zerg Tannis takes the game 2-0, or takes the series 2-0. Honestly, I can't believe that Zerg Tannis pulled off that comeback. What a game. All right, we're going to run some ads in between series here to stop the pre rolls. So I will be right back. What a game. What an incredible game. All right, so it looks like the next one is Atlantean Scion. Not sure what his in game name is. I'm not sure what, if it's Atlantean Scion in game or what his StarCraft handle is. I should probably let Zertanis find him anyway. Looks like Atlantean is the next player. I haven't seen this guy in Amateur League before, so I'm very excited to see how he does. So it looks like he might have tuned into the stream based off the chat there, and if he did, welcome Atlantean. Thank you for tuning in. Hmm. Okay. So got my overlay set up. Atlantean. Oh, have to change. I think he's a Protoss player. Yep. Okay. 3048 MMR. So despite saying silver, he's actually in platinum. Haven't gotten to cast a Protoss player in a while, so I'm pretty excited. Protoss is my main race. Had his name spelled wrong. Okay, Neon Violet Square is our first veto. Don't blame him. I hate that map. King's Cove. Veto number 2. Amygdala. That's such a weird map. Abyssal Reef. El Dorado. Okay, and what is the last veto? So we're down to Frostline, Leylines, and Ultralove again. Oh, and Whispers of Gold. Basically the same vetoes in a different order as the last series. So what are we going to see here for our last veto? Okay, so literally the same vetoes as last time. So will we see Ley Lines as our first map again? 'Cause we're Deja Vu. Alright, so it's our first map here. Come on, Zergtanis. My assumption is it's going to be Ley Lines. Okay, no, it's Frostline first. Okay, so Frostline is going to be our first map. What is our second map? My assumption is it's going to be Ultra Love because Protoss usually like Ultra Love, I think. Um, okay, so yeah, Frostline Ultra Lay. Okay, Observer plus plus fixes. Okay. Okay, getting into game one of Zerg Tannis versus Atlantean. I'm very excited to have a PVZ. This is one of the matchups I have the most experience playing, so very excited for this. All right, in the bottom corner with the red Zerg drones, we have Zerg Tannis. And in the top corner with the green Protoss probes, we have Atlantean. All right, I have never seen Atlantean play. He is new to the league, so I'm very excited to have another, Protoss player in the initiate bracket for me to watch. This is also one of the matchups PVZ that I know the best. All right, we're going for a kind of standard gateway scout. This is a very important timing for Protoss to make sure that you're not getting all in, cheese, 12 pooled, anything like that. And Zerg Tannis is a master of cheese. And if there is a matchup where Zerg seems to really shine in the cheese department, I do think that it is against Protoss. They're very vulnerable, in my opinion, to 12 pools and like roach all ins early on in the game. Everything so far stock standard. Got 19 workers and one in production, so 20 workers for Atlantean. Nexus goes down. Normal timing. We're going to see a Cyber Core in just a second. Hmm. feels like a big gap. So I think that the wall should have been over a little bit more, in my opinion, because that is a pretty big gap. I don't know that you can block that gap with just one unit. You may need to build like an extra pylon, and that makes it easy to bust. All right, second assimilator coming up. Pylon in the main. There is going to be a brief supply block, I believe. Yeah, so very brief, but we can get the adept started now. Now Zerg Tannis should be able to see this and go, this is not a wall off that you can make with only one unit. These buildings are too far apart. We are coming in, finishing off the wall off, but getting a bit of a scout. Zerg Tannis wants to see, what is the tech structure going to be? Is it going to be a Stargate, Robo Facility, Twilight Council? Because that changes everything that Zerg needs to do. Okay. Maybe it is small enough that, one unit can block that, but I wouldn't have thought that it was. That might be me being entirely incorrect. Especially because the adept actually gets smaller when it attacks, meaning that units can squeeze by it. All right, we've got 2 Evo chambers coming up for Zerg Tannis, Metabolic Boost, and a Roach Warren. What are the tech structures? We have a Robo Bay. Sorry, not Robo Bay, Robo Facility. Robo Bay is the other one. We are apparently donating an Overlord to the Stalkers. Yeah, the Stalker just walked around the hold positioned. Yes, you need 2 units for this wall off. That is actually a huge vulnerability. Because if Zerg Tannis had gone for like an early Ling Flood or something, there's nothing there that's actually stopping the Lings from getting by. So we got Adept, Stalker, Sentry. This reminds me of Probe SC2's build. Actually, this might be the Archon Immortal Charge Lot all-in that Probe SC2 teaches, with like an early Observer, early Immortals, a couple of Stalkers. I was just thinking about that build earlier today and needing to try it again. I've been free falling a little bit on the ladder recently. Okay, yep, so we're going charge. Another pylon going up. Are we going to go a Twilight Council off the back of this as well? Oh, we hit another supply block. Pylon just finishes. So Zerg Tannis is going to see everything up here. He sees the Twilight Council, sees the robotics facility. Now this feels like a pretty late expansion from Zerg Tannis. Usually Zerg has their third base up a while ago. A hallucinated Phoenix Scout from Atlantine. And honestly, both sides have very similar army compositions, or very similar amounts of army. A couple more gateways are coming up for Atlantine. Got a bunch of roaches and zerglings coming out for Zerg Tannis. But so far, the supply is basically dead even in workers and army. And that's not usually a situation you want to be in as Zerg. If Protoss has the same army and workers as you, that is usually not a good sign for you as Zerg. We're gonna get there's a forge. Still waiting for the Twilight Council. Like, that's what I'm looking at. You can spend gas so efficiently, and right now, Archons would be very good against this army from Zerg Tannis. Because right now you have no splash damage. Oh, we're going Robo Bay. So my concern here for Zergtanis is that he is on only a slightly better economy than Atlantine. He only has 3 hatcheries. He's got like no macro hatch. So he is not at a point where if he loses his entire army to a superior Protoss army, like say he attacks or he gets attacked here, he is not really in a point where he can just remax that army. Um, and that is not good for him. This means this could literally be a game-ending 2-base push right now. Got Hydralisk. I think that's a good Hydralisk Infestation Pit. That is a good thing to do. Hydralisks will be good against Immortals. They're good against Stalkers. But once the Colossi start coming out with those extended Thermal Lances, Hydras ain't going to do shit. Oh, and he sees exactly, both sides see what's going on because the Observer sees the main army of the Zerg, and the Overlord sees where the Protoss army is. That is a lot of Zealots. That is, my god, that is a lot of Zealots. Okay, we have a Templar Archives coming up, but this could just be a game-ending push. Now, Zerg does have Defender's advantage in that their units will spawn in first on their side of the map, but this is a very scary army from Protoss. And as I mentioned, Zerg Tannis does not have the best economy to just remax. You can't outrun these roaches with speed. Do they have speed? I thought they did. Yeah. So, doesn't really get much done with that attack, but I mean, it could be worse. So Zerg Tannis continued to macro up, going for a 4th base. Atlantine is only now going for a 3rd at 9 minutes. Got some Archons coming up. I think that if he had waited to have these Archons for that attack would have gone very differently. Okay, 4th base is up. We're holding down the drone button. Now he does have to be a little bit careful about that because he does have the better army supply right now, but that could change, and there should be an attack coming soon. Oh, we have an Overseer, so we did see for a little bit the Observer. So Atlantine should have a good idea of what kind of army he's up against. Do we have Storm? I didn't see Storm on the production tab. It doesn't look like we have any High Templar with the army, just Archons. Okay, we're going in for this base, which at current is mostly undefended. 11 drones, 20 drones go down. That is a hell of a lot of drones. The hatchery goes down. Now these Hydras are going and destroying those Zealots, but the Colossi are making short work of them. This is a very big attack from both sides. Now I do think that Zerg is going to hold here, but it was costly. Okay. So it looks like, oh, there was a drop in the main, a warp in from a warp prism or something in the main that I missed entirely while this was going on. 38 drones going down total between the 2 bases. Now that is a great strategy from Protoss. I employ it all the time. You have a big attack somewhere and you take that warp prism and you warp in a bunch of Zealots in the main base to kill their economy, or run by like a side base, something like that. Great move from Atlantean. Okay, so we do have some lurkers morphing in. I think this is a great option. Lurkers are the bane of my existence as a Protoss player. Absolutely freaking hate them. Now, for the first time in a long time, Atlantean actually has the worker advantage. And if Zerg Tannis can have enough Hydras up that he snipes um, the observers when he tries to reveal those lurkers, um, Atlantean's going to be in for a very bad time. We don't have any starports, which means we don't have any oracles for revelation. We only have the observers for detection, and it means that we don't have um, any kind of sky toss transition going in. Which, as soon as I see lurkers, which um, were already shown, I'm looking to kind of get out of this ground-based army and move towards sky toss. Personally, I hate dealing with lurkers as a Protoss. That is a massive Zerg army coming. One observer already gets sniped. Yeah, I don't know that this is possible to be held, especially without Storm. Um, these Colossi are good, but the Lurkers will. Oh, come on, snipe the. Oh, he didn't snipe the last observer. But I don't think it actually matters. I think that this fight is won for Zerg Tannis either way, and this Nexus is going down. Oh, 8 probes, 10 probes, 12 probes, 15 probes, 20 probes. Sorry, 19, just short of 20. Yeah, this base is gone. 22 probes going down. That is an absolutely massive number. So, Zerg Tannis also has the upgrade advantage. +2 armor is just finishing for Atlantean. It looks like we've got a couple of Archons coming up. We really needed Storm for these last couple of fights for some additional splash damage and range damage onto those units. I think Storm would have made that fight almost entirely different, um, but that's neither here nor there. The upgrade advantage for Zerg right now is absolutely massive. Um, +2 armor and melee, and +3 ranged in a primarily ranged composition. Absolutely massive. This is a very hard composition for Atlantean to deal with. And at 39 to 47 workers, both players' economies not great. Being honest here, they both took some significant damage, but Zerg Tannis, has the better economy. He's got the bigger army. It's hard to picture a situation in this where Protoss comes out on top, especially without having anything to really deal with these lurkers. Yeah. Uh, everything is kind of just dying here for the Protoss. There is not much going on that they can do. Atlantean calls the GG. And game one goes to Zerg Tannis. All right, game two is Ultra Love. All right. Nice quick games today. This is what I like to see. No really waiting around, just right into the action. Makes it much better for me as a caster too, to not have to sit around in lobby for, you know, 20 minutes. All right. So here we are, getting into game two of this best of three series. In the bottom corner with the red Zerg drones, we have Zerg Tennis. And in the top corner with the green Protoss probes, we have Atlantine. Honestly, very good game from these players in the last one. Could have gone either way. I think that Atlantine needed to get to Storm a little bit faster than he did. Um, but, solid build orders, which was nice to see from both players. Not much that I can criticize them on in that department. I'm really curious if Atlantine is using Probe's build, because that was one of the builds that I followed when I was first getting in back into StarCraft and wanting to play more ladder and play more competitively, um, and it looked very similar. Um, but yeah, I think that as soon as he saw the lurkers, he needed to start going more into a sky toss kind of transition. Um, because lurkers can't shoot up, not good at it. Uh, so that's one way that I usually try to deal with them: sky toss and storm. But I think that he really just did not have an answer to the mass numbers of lurkers. He didn't pump out enough immortals. He was still kind of sticking around on that colossi, archon, what was it, zealot army, and that gets absolutely shredded running into the army comp that Zerg Tannis was running. Still, great attempt. It's great to see more Protoss in this tournament. Okay, we got the hatchery up. I would have also liked to have seen maybe a little bit of a faster expand. I think it was like 7 or 9 minutes by the time Atlantean went for a third base. And you know what? It's fine to play two base all ins, but he needed to have gotten more damage done if he was doing a two base all in and hit faster. Um, Zerg Tannis also could go a little bit faster on the expansions. Oh, he has pulled his um, drones out of gas and is going for an early macro hatch. So not going for an expansion. This is going to be some kind of an all-in from Zerg Tannis. I'm not sure if it's going to be a Ling Flood, which would make the most sense with the metabolic boost being researched. But generally, I feel like you don't want to be Ling flooding into a map that has a ramp. My personal opinion, though. Yeah, I really. This is either going to be like some form of a Baneling bust, but he doesn't really have any gas. So I'm guessing this is just going to be an attempted Ling flood, which is kind of interesting. But a lot of Protosses play super greedy, and they build basically no units early on. So if you show up outside their door with like 30 Zerglings, they don't have the army to kill it. And you can like knock down the walls and wait. He's researching +1 air right away. Okay, like a void is going to be good. Like honestly, it is. Zerglings don't shoot up, um, but it also doesn't kill them very fast. Like An Oracle is better for safety, but you can go Overlord hunting, which is a good idea. A lot of Protoss do open up Void first now. I think I was seeing Classic was doing that, and I feel like I've seen even Max Packs opening up Void first. Now here's the thing, this is a lot of lings. This is a massive commitment to army. Like, you kind of got to make sure you get something done with this, right? But even if you just hold him, like soft contain him, so that he can't expand fast, that's at least something. But I so feel like this is Probe's build, because Probe puts a heavy emphasis on making sure your base is fully saturated before 5 minutes, and he has two bases fully saturated before 5 minutes. Yeah, but no batteries. No batteries in place. Need to start getting some of those batteries up. You should be manually targeting some of these structures and spreading out that damage. I think because the Zerglings were kind of just derping around, some were hitting stuff, some were just derping, because they had taken aggro or whatever, that he didn't get as much damage done there as he could have. Now, if he had actually Baneling busted that, that could have been game over right there. Okay, yeah. Overlord's gonna die anyway. He gets a little bit of a scout. What did you see, Zergtanis? You saw a couple structures. Don't know if you clicked on them to know that it's more gateways. You missed the Stargate, but you know that it's there because he has Void Rays out. Looks like we're going to take a third. This is where the Zerglings could come in and counterattack and be useful. This kind of soft containing him to two bases. But the Zerglings are back home, unfortunately. Now, Zerg Tennis does love playing Hydras, and if he gets his economy up and a Hydra den, this is a good army comp to play Hydra into. Just, you could mass Hydras and probably kill all of this with your Zergling Hydra. But yeah, it's honestly really important for Zerg Tannis to block this base, but I don't think he knows what to do right now. I think he's under a little bit of pressure, and but the fact that Zerg Tennis is only on two bases right now, and Atlantean is going up to 3, and has more workers, has more army, this is a very precarious situation. We're going into 3 more Void Rays, or 5 Void Rays, 6 Void Rays. Actually, that's going to be like 8 Void Rays. That's a lot of Void Rays. We are just going full-on Sky Toss. And Zerg Tannis, on the other side of the map, has nothing currently to deal with this amount of Sky Toss. Oh, hey, Mull, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. I have not seen any other cups. I don't know what the Tuna Cup is, honestly. I'm assuming it's some other kind of tournament. I think that this is... No, this is totally winnable, but... I feel like Atlantean having 60 armory supply, 68 army supply, probably could have closed things out there, like, or soft contained him by going for the other base. I don't think he needed to run there. That's like a lot of Protoss still. But hey, I've been wrong before. All right, just more and more sky toss coming out, more gateways going up. Got a bunch of pylons. What tech do we have? +1 armor and weapons for air against +1 armor for ground for Zerg. Upgrades a little bit lacking for both sides currently, but got some general weirdness going on in our builds. Lurker Den going up. I don't know about lurkers when the enemy's going sky toss there, Zergtanis. But that is a lot of zealots, and the lurkers will shred those. Fourth base coming up for Atlantine. Templar Archives going down. Hopefully we get the Storm research this game. I'm assuming these zealots have charge. Yes, they do. Fourth base for Zergtanis. Protoss is going across the map. Uh-oh. This is not a good situation for Zergtanis. That is a lot of Void Rays. Yeah, that should just be GG. Zergtanis should take... Or, sorry, Atlantine should take this one. And so we are going to Game 3. The score is 1-1. What was our Game 3? It was Ley Lines. That was a very interesting game. All right, we're getting right on into it again. How long till my next pre-roll starts again? 20 minutes. Okay, so I'll run some ads after this next game before starting another series, and then I won't have to deal with pre-rolls for a bit. All right. So, in the top corner of Ley Lines, playing with the green Protoss probes, we have Atlantine. And in the bottom corner of Ley Lines with the red Zerg drones, we have Zergtanis. All right, so far this has been a great series, very back and forth. Honestly, I had no idea how Game 2 was going to go against these players, but Atlantine wound up taking the win. Zergtanis went for a little bit of a funky two-base all-in to start, and it kind of didn't pay off. So we'll have to see how this next game goes for him. Standard openings, nothing really cheesy from either side. About as stock standard as it could be. Got the Gateway Scout coming in from Atlantine. He's going to see, the hatch. And really, he didn't even... Oh no, he just barely saw it. I didn't think that probe was in range. And just going around the outside. Now this is super important for Protoss. You just need to get this early scouting information, basically to know if you're being all-in or not. So you see the timing of the spawning pool, and that gives you the ability to go for a Nexus and a Core instead of a Core first, and then having to defend it. Always super important to go for that Gateway Scout, and usually a Gateway Scout gives you enough time even if it's a 12 pool, presuming your gateway is on time, the time that it's supposed to be, enough time to respond, to chrono boost the zealot out, finish off the wall, and then hold on against whatever is coming your way. Yeah, so a couple of queens coming up. We've got a fully saturated base, more than for Zerg Tannis. Couple Lings go after the probe. Now this wall isn't yet finished. It's not uncommon for me to see Zerg players just pump out 6 or 8 Lings and send them across just to see what happens, because sometimes the Protoss player is a little slow to finish their wall. Sometimes they're a little slow to start a unit. It really depends on the situation. Everything is extremely stock standard thus far for both players. Nothing too crazy going on. Twilight Council first. Ooh. It's going to be a charge all in. It's going to be at Glaive Depths. Oh, nope. It's just into a... Actually, a Robo could be for a Prism to make sure that this attack, keeps going. Just curious what we're going to research with this Twilight. All right, you have enough money to start up whatever you want in that Twilight Council. So what's it going to be? Show me like Glaive to Depths or like a Zealot all in or something. Come on, start something up. You have the cash. Come on, Atlantine. Oh, it's for DTs. It's a Dark Shrine. When behind Dark Shrine, the good old Protoss Book of Cheese. And so far, Zerg Tannis has nothing for detection on the other side of the map. We are getting a lair, so we will be able to morph Overseers, but nothing that's ready. It's DT drops. Oh, just holding down the drone button. Now, one thing I do notice from a lot of the Zerg players in the Initiate bracket right now is we stick around on 2 bases for forever, guys. You are Zerg. You should be going out and getting your third a lot faster than you are typically. Even Protoss can usually expand to a third by 3.5 to 4 minutes. Not all heroes wear capes, but these ones do. Oh no, don't go that way, don't go that way. There's an overlord on the pillar. Come on, you should know. You should have an idea that there's an overlord there. Everything is so quiet that this would be a warning sign for me in this game. Like, what is going on that this player is not making any kind of moves? Is that like maybe a fake out with these zealots that it's going to be charged when that's not even on the research tab? Oh, there's no spore crawlers. There's no overseers. Oh no. Oh, he sees it. Please tell me he sees it. Then we get a warp in of maybe like zealots or something. More DTs. Oh no. This is devastating for Zerg Tannis. 18 drones, 21 drones. You might be able to snipe like the lair or the spawning pool. Oh, but the Overseer is out. So this definitely could have been saved by Atlantean. He could have seen the Overseer morphing, pulled back the at least some of the DTs, split them up. But holy crap, that is so many drones. This is almost forcing Atlantean, I think, into an all-in. But the army of sorry, not Atlantean, Zergtanis into an all-in. But the army of Atlantean is honestly pretty big. Like, I don't think that you can break this. Now he should be free to either push this and go for like a proper two base all in, or expand and macro. But after you do that much damage, you can't just let Zerg drone up for free. You have to go back and do something. X-Decker lost because he let Zergtanis get back into the game, and Zergtanis seems to be very good at playing from these situations where he gets behind. Like, killing 20 drones, 20 plus drones, should be a death sentence. The game should be over. You should have such an advantage that they can't come back from it. But you need to go and press that lead. Now you have a War Prism, so you should be able to do a warp in, go pressure them, and maybe warp in the back of their base and kill their economy even more. Hydroden Infestation Pit coming up. Hallucinated Phoenix going in for a scout. Well, and you can't just let Zerg build back up. He's back. He's ahead of you in workers again. Come on, man. Atlantean, you gotta do something. I assume this is just going to be for Archons. I don't think we have Storm on the production tab. We do not. There is no Storm. +1 melee research starts. Shield battery going down. And drones spawn so fast, you just get your economy back like instantly. It's actually disgusting. I hate playing against Zerg. Yeah, actually, that's not really fair to say. I hate playing against all the different races for different reasons. Got a fourth pace coming up for Zergtanis. And another Hallucinated Phoenix Scout. Okay, so we do have some Spore Crawlers in at least the main now, so that we can see the DTs. Zergtanis can see Atlantean's Prism the entire time. Atlantean does have a massive army, 93 army supply worth of army, compared to 67. Like, and Protoss units generally trade more efficiently, because they're a bit costlier than like Zerg units. So he should have been able to press this advantage and keep the pressure on Zergtanis. Like I said, Zergtanis, though, very good at playing from behind. I think part of that just comes down to the fact that his opponents give him the ability to get back into these games. They don't finish him off. Okay, this is getting to be quite a big army from Zergtanis. He's still pumping out more and more units and more drones. It's getting up to that, 77-ish worker economy, where he'll be able to remax after throwing everything at the Protoss, who will not have the same amount of production. A couple of Colossi coming up. I'm not sure that this is that good of a choice. Like, you see he has a couple of Hydras, but you probably saw mostly Roaches earlier. So Colossi, not that great against Roaches. Alright, Zergtanis is up to 195 army supply. Muta's coming up. I mean, he is primarily a ground-based army. There are no starports, which means no phoenixes. You haven't seen anything to indicate blink. So without like a huge amount of stalkers, Mutas could tear up this army. Not that he has that many of them, but all right. So both players are maxed out. So what happens now? Are we going to get that big army clash? Now those Archons are going to be good against Mutas, um, but if he magic boxes them or focuses them down, they're going to pop. Got a couple of lurkers in the army now. Jesus, that is so many zealots. How many freaking zealots did you make? 42 zealots. Gotta burrow those lurkers. Holy. We are just melting this Zerg army. But we lost 30-ish zealots for it. Like, huge losses. Zerg Tannis should be able to remake a good chunk of his units. Oh, but I think he was short on larva. I think he maybe missed a couple of injects. Gotta group them before you send them in. More zealot reinforcements coming in. Yeah, I really don't think Muta's were the play here. I think it was kind of wasted army supply for you. Like some ultras against 40 zealots. Even though we had a few immortals, I think ultras would have been a better play than mutalisks. Or if you wanted those air units, corruptors to take out the colossi would have been bigger. There were options. I just don't think mutas were it. Oh, there's nothing really that can hit up that Archon. Oh, snipe that Archon. Come on, one more hit from the mutas. Oh, I really don't know why, to a degree, like Atlantean is running here. He should be able to like finish him off. Do a warping of stalkers at home or something, and bring them over, like, and you win the game there. Um, Zerg Tannis is so low on everything. This should just be GG, honestly. Like, this should just be GG. There should be no way at this point that Zerg Tannis can get back into this game. But I feel like I've said this two or three times today watching Zerg Tannis. But there should just be too much Protoss to possibly um, win this game, and his economy is just too hurt. Down to 41 workers from 77 or 80 workers, whatever it was. Still the problem of basically nothing that shoots up except for one Stalker and one Void Ray. Oh, sorry, there's two Stalkers. Okay, so the couple of mutas are going to focus down the Void Ray, but I think there's just too much ground. Like, they just ignore the couple of air units, and there they go. Yep, Atlantine takes it 2-1. Honestly, the fact that Zerg Tannis came back in this game at all is impressive in itself. Um, like he should not have been able to come back in that game. Okay, I am going to go and run an ad because we are between games right now, and I don't want pre rolls to be enabled. So Get up, take a break, grab some food, stretch something. We will be back in a couple minutes. Well, I'll still be here, but I assume everyone will be, watching the ad. Okay, so this is going to be next Atlantean versus Flesh. Okay, so we've got Flesh that we're trying to find. Okay, looks like Flesh might be taking 5. All right, we need to get Flesh in here. Flesh was the runner-up of the Season 1 Major Tournament after a great best of 7 series against Multastic that went all the way to a freaking Game 7. Ah, there we go. Flesh is back. Making sure to stay hydrated, drinking some water. This has been a great start to the second season so far. Okay, so will we get the exact same vetoes as last round? Or I should say the last two rounds. Okay, first veto, Neon Violet, which as a Zerg into Protoss, not surprised. Okay, what will veto number two be? Abyssal Reef. Okay, veto number three from Flesh will be Amygdala. Veto number four, King's Cove. This is looking so freaking familiar. Am I going to cast the same three maps for the entire tournament? Neon, Abyssal, Amygdala, King's Cove. What is the next one? Show me Whispers of Gold. Or, what was the other one that was getting beautiful? Or El Dorado. Except I actually think Flesh likes El Dorado as a map, if I'm remembering right. Yep, there's the Whispers of Gold, man. And El Dorado. I'll save for after their bans. One is Ultra. So 3 ley lines. Okay. Where is Ultra Love? Just waiting on Flesh to say that they are ready. All right. We're going to get into game number 1 between Flesh and Atlantean. All right. In the bottom corner with the green Protoss probes, we have Atlantean. And in the top corner with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right, Flesh was the runner-up in the Season 1 major tournament. He played a great best-of-7 series against Multastic, going all the way to Game 7. So I'm interested to see what he will do in this series here. All right, Atlantean going for a classic Gateway Scout. Flesh going hatch first, and then I assume into pool, sorry, gas, and then pool. So we got the probe scout, we see the hatch, we're going to see the pool in just a second. All right, so we see all standard timings, and we know we are not getting cheese. Leaves us free to get our Nexus up, and then our core, and not having to rush out any units or try to defend anything. Cyber core going down for Atlantean. Second gas. This is as stock standard play from both players as it could be, which is good to see, honestly. I find a lot of people, especially on the lower ranks, rely a lot on cheesing when it's not really that reliable of a strategy. So it's nice to see some honorable macro play from our players. We got the probe just sitting in the corner of Flesh's base. So we should know that hatchery is done now, and he'll be able to check to see, are there workers there, or is it just Zerglings coming out? Oh, nope, but the Zerglings are probably just going to catch this probe and murder it, and he won't be able to see much of anything other than the hatch being complete. That poor probe had a family. Okay, so we have an Adept out, and we're going Stalkers. Probably just to hunt a couple of Overlords. It is going to be a Stargate opener. We have 4 probes on the assimilator, so let's make sure we get that moved over to minerals at the new base, or use it as a builder something, so we're not wasting efficiency. Third hatch coming up for Flesh at the 3-minute mark. Baneling nest going down. I don't know if Flesh saw any of my previous casts, but Atlantean goes for an almost absurd number of zealots. So Banelings may be a very good investment. Alright, we have a starting up. I assume this is going to be a Void Ray first. Yep, there's the Void Ray. Flesh doing a little bit of scouting, just kind of seeing what's up in his opponent's base. I would honestly want to do like a Overlord flyby or something to try to see what the tech is, but chances are you'll see that Void Ray in just a second anyway. Got 19 workers in the main, 17 in the Nat. For Flesh, does hold a slight worker advantage, but they are not necessarily being used to their utmost efficiency. So what is the plan here from Flesh, I wonder? Can Atlantean actually see the Overlord there? No, he can't. On its little pervert pillar. Couple of sentries coming in. Honestly, you should if you're gonna warp in those sentries, and you've got nothing else that uses energy, you should go and overcharge it. But I assume he's gonna overcharge the Oracle, right? It's like if you have 3 casters, or in this case only 2 that you're really using, yeah, one of these should have gotten the energy overcharge so that um, you could either have a quick Phoenix Scout, see what your opponent has, or a whole lot of extra energy on that Oracle for killing drones. Now, Flesh, good response. Spore Crawlers going up in all the bases. That does force out a structure that is essentially, 3 drones killed um, by having that Oracle come across, but you still need to get a little bit of harass done with the Oracle. Okay, we've got an expansion going down for Protoss at about 5 minutes. Now there's no units there. If he had an Overlord or something to scout that it was there, he should be able to go and harass it, maybe force the cancel. Just more Zealots coming down for Atlantean. Again, he really loves his Zealots. He had like 43 or 45 Zealots in a single game at one point, and he doesn't even have a Twilight Council for charge yet, and he's building Zealots. Yep, this is what I wanted to see, is just a bit of harass on the... You don't have to commit to anything, but just keep the harass going. Got 4 probes, force them to actually react to you. Now you either need to crush that base or just keep expanding. Both players have huge banks, over 1,000 minerals. Like, Zerg could throw down 2 hatcheries right now. But right now, if you can get like a bunch of Hydras out, for example, you should be able to pressure this as Flesh. But I think Flesh is hurting for gas. It's got lots of minerals, but not much gas. So like some Hydra Ling should be able to pressure this pretty successfully, because there's no splash damage yet. There's no Colossi, there's no Storm coming out from Atlantean. Now this might just die, so he sees the third base up, but he doesn't really see much about what the composition from Flesh is, what the tech he has is, nothing like that. Robo Bay going down, charge starting. Yeah, now is a very good window for a whole lot of Zerglings and a whole lot of Hydras to hit. What I'd like to see is a whatever larva he has um, going into Zerglings, and you just pinch this army. But he has to hit like now. Yep, those Hydras are doing a lot. Focusing down the voids. Yeah, if he had just had some extra lings there, I think that would have been pretty huge. Because again, there's still no splash damage really from these units. Both players now, Atlantean has over 2,000 minerals in the bank, 1,500 for flesh. Like at this point, you do just like a hatchery explosion, I think, and you take a whole bunch of bases. Lurker Den going down. Historically, Atlantean has not responded well to lurkers, but he does have Sky Toss already, so. But I think lurkers are a very strong unit for flesh in this case. Okay, Flesh is just going to try to go in the main and hit the Cyber Core. Oh no, the Hydras are blocking the... Oh, just a little bit of miscontrol. That is so unfortunate. He almost sniped the Cyber Core. But he is still winning the battle of the armies here. Yeah, just a little bit of miscontrol. It's messy, but Flesh is coming out on top here. He has more production. And now Atlantic down to 22 to 72 army supply. Just got to be careful of those Colossi. You don't really want to push up into this ramp against a Colossi with those Hydras. Is Atlantean going to take like a sneaky corner base? Is that what he's going to do here? Yeah. Atlantean knew that Hydras were on the way, or not just on the way, but he's had an observer like floating back and forth here, seeing the fact that Flesh has been on Hydras, and that's the time where you need to either um, get some Storm research and Templar out, or start pumping out tons of Colossus. Yeah, this is just so much Zerg. You got to pull those Colossus back, man. You got to pull those Colossus back. You got to hold the ramp with the Zealots and pull the Colossus back out of the range of the Lurkers and the Hydras. That is GG. Atlantean calls it. There is just too much Zerg here for him to stop. Great game by Flesh. Looking a little tenuous there for a moment, but he pulled it off. Map 2 should be Frostline, I believe. Yep, Frostline. Observer plus bug fixes. It's the mod we need. All right, Atlantean is ready. We're just waiting on Flesh. All right, it's time to get into game 2. Flesh versus Atlantean. Flesh took game number 1. In this best of 3 series. All right, in the top corner of Frost Line, we have with the green Protoss probes, Atlantine. Then in the bottom corner, with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right, both these players put a great effort into the last game. Some minor mistakes here and there, but that's to be expected at this level. Flesh just wound up overwhelming Atlantine with a superior economy and more units. I think that Atlantine could have made a couple of adaptations. Probably could have, um, gone into Storm a little bit faster, which I haven't actually seen him use Storm at all in the series that I can think of, or like in any of the series I've watched from him now. Um, but or gotten out Colossi faster, which would have been huge against those Hydralisks. So definitely some small adaptations that can be made in this game. I'm very curious as to what Atlantine will go for in this game. Last time we were on this map where he got down one, I think he went for like a DT drop, if I recall. I don't like this wall off position. I think I saw him do this in one other game too. Oh, actually, nope. Never mind. This is fine. I thought he was going with the wall off there and building out. Never mind. This wall off is fine. I don't know what I'm talking about. Spawning pool coming up for Flesh. Nothing out of the ordinary from either player. Did Atlantean do a scout? Okay, yeah, he did a probe scout, so he knows the timings. Knows he has nothing to worry about. No 12 pool, no early aggression, nothing too scary. Twilight Council first. Okay, is this going to be another DTs? I feel like this is going to be DTs, especially if we see that Robo Bay go or Robo facility, sorry, go down. Gonna finish the wall off. The last time I thought that maybe we were doing like a Glaive Adept all in or a Charge Lot all in, something like that. But as it turned out, it was just a Twilight Council for DTs. Oh, this didn't quite get blocked off, I guess, and we needed the pylon, or maybe we were just supply blocked. Not really sure. Okay, it's charge. We're going quick charge, which means we should be pulling out of gas once we finish that. Yeah, pull out of gas, pull those probes down to your natural, because if you're going charge, you don't need. This is a charge lot all in. You don't need gas. So you pull right out of gas, and then you gateway explosion up to 8 gates, and get your prism. I told you this guy loves zealots. But this, if you're truly going for an all-in with charge lots, is wasteful. You want to have that faster mineral economy and not have to spend quite as many minerals on building probes. It lets you hit about a minute sooner than you otherwise would need to. So it is huge to go and, if you're doing a charge lot all in, to just stop with the gas mining once you no longer need it. I'm focusing a lot on that side of the map. Let's see what Flash is up to. Third base, going down, maybe a little bit late at 4 minutes. We have some um, Banelings. I'm blanking on the name. Zerglings coming up. We're just up to like 42 drones, just droning hard. And we're going for an Overlord Scout now. Okay, this is where Atlantean is kind of confusing me a lot in his build. His build is all over the place. Like, I know he loves zealots, but usually if you rush out charge, it's because you're going for an all in. Though maybe this is an immortal charge lot all in. Maybe that's what this is, and I'm kind of misreading it. But you can hit incredibly hard at the 5 minute mark with a charge lot all in with like 20 zealots. off of 8 gates. And I think that if he hit that timing right now, he would probably win the game. But the longer that we go past that kind of timeline um, without this attack hitting, the more stuff that Flesh is going to have. Like, he is up to 34 army supply. He was at 15 at like 450, which means that, if you're hitting an attack at 5 minutes, that's probably just game over for him. So we're up to 6 gates. If we are going across the map, okay, we do have a warp prism. I was like, we need a warp prism either for the back of their base or to reinforce our main force. All right, so we do get spotted by the overlords. We are morphing in more banelings. I think that Flesh is in a pretty good position overall to deal with this. He needs to make sure that he's injecting his hatcheries to have larvae. It's going to be important here, actually, that um, you know Atlantean use his warp prism effectively. Oh, that is so many zealots going down, though. He was so ready for that, and it looks like there's not going to be a warp in either to reinforce or to hit the back of the base. I think that maybe Atlantean got a little bit distracted by the Zerglings at home. That is not a good position to be in, and Zerg, I think, is firmly in the driver's seat in this match. When we see those Hydras, though, we need a Robo Bay or a a Templar Archives to go down. Probably a Robo Bay, because you need to get Colossi out to deal with this. Or you need Storm, but Storm is going to take longer, because you need to get the Templar Archives and then do the research and not just start pumping out the unit. You cannot hold back against these numbers of Hydras with just Zealots. 4th base going down for Flesh. You need some form of splash damage, and your Immortals are good units, and they will be good when he has Lurkers, but right now he has no armored units. He's got no roaches. And Immortals are not good against Zerglings and Hydras, particularly. This attack from Flesh is going to hit like a truck, and Atlantean is not ready. It's like that Simpsons meme. I'm in danger. Yes, yes you are. Oh, we do have a run by in the back of the base. Queen goes down. Not sure where the warp prism is flying to. But this attack is going through on the other side of the map, and that is a lot of Zerg. And Lurkers that Atlantean will not easily be able to deal with. Now, there's no Overseer here to snipe the Observers, but there's nothing for Atlantean to actually even see the Lurkers. Now, 20 drones going down on the other side of the map, that is nothing to sneeze at. But Atlantean lost his entire 3rd base. And I don't know that he actually has enough here. Like, Zealots have to go out to the other side of the wall to hit. This is still a lot of Zerg on the other side of the map. Flesh should be able to clean up whatever's going on at home. His Warpins are having to be used defensively. He does have a couple of Observers here, but he has nothing to actually kill the Lurkers with. Now, this is sometimes where I struggle too as a Protoss, because, okay, so you see Hydras, you need um, Colossi to deal with them, or like Storm, stuff like that. Um, but Hydras usually also turn into Lurkers. You get enough Lurkers, and it doesn't matter how many Colossi or Archons you have, they're usually just going to die to it. So you either need a high enough immortal count that their Lurkers just evaporate, or you need to transition then to Sky Toss. So you sometimes need so many different types of units that it is hard to prioritize when to change into them. He does not have his Cybercore. He cannot build additional robotics facilities, stargates, etc. He is rebuilding it in his main, which is very not good. But he hasn't been building Stalkers or Adepts anyway. He has been building Zealots. The Unga Bunga Zealot army. Flesh has been very efficiently spending his money. He is up to 60 workers. And while Atlantean is on 56, he is oversaturated and has a whole bunch that are not mining anything because he just lost his third base. So despite the worker numbers, their economies are not even close. And you can see it in the income in the overlay there. Just around 1,100 a minute for Atlantean versus 2,500 a minute for minerals for Flesh. Their gas is similar, but that mineral income is going to allow Flesh to remax on just like Zerglings. It's going to allow him to expand even further, get more hatcheries down. It is much more devastating than the just numbers of workers would have you believe. And this can be sometimes what is hard to do against Zerg as Protoss is hold on to these bases. Zerg has such a mobile army. Now it is part of why, oh no, these guys, it looks like Atlantean is winning this, but his army is getting shredded by some of those Lurkers. So Hydras and some Lings go down, yes, but he lost a bunch of units. And Flesh with the better economy can afford to lose more of these units. Alright, we've got 2-2 ranged upgrades and adrenal glands. 2-2 ranged and armor upgrades and adrenal glands coming up. We've got a Spire coming up. Flesh is just building all the tech. And a 5th base coming up. Honestly, he should go for a 6th base in the corner too. Just start spreading out across the map. He is keeping Atlantean pretty well contained. But this is going to be a bit of a scary Protoss death ball with this number of Archons. I still don't believe that he has Storm researched. Yeah, no Storm. Like, that has actually been one of the biggest problems, I think, that Atlantean has had in these games against Zerg, is the fact that he is almost never actually researching Storm. And Archons are very good units, like, don't get me wrong there. They are very strong. But Storm and the splash damage, along with these Colossi, would go a very long way in helping him in these fights. Like, look at this army. Storm is so good against this army. 5th base comes up for Flesh. 4th base goes down for Atlantean, starting that Nexus. We got some Ultralisks. And now Atlantean's in a very sticky situation. With the number of Zealots he has, he's got a couple of Immortals, and Archons are very good, but Archons are not very good against Ultralisks. I feel like the Ultra is one of the best units right now into this unit composition from Atlantean. Oh, and he's moving his units away just as the attack is kind of coming through. Jesus, how many freaking Zealots do we have again? 24 Zealots. And Flesh absolutely has the answer to these Zealots. 13 probes going down. These Ultralisks are very good against Zealots. And again, so Flesh just lost, most of his army, and it's already back in production. It doesn't matter because his economy is so much better than Atlantine's, and Atlantine's never going to have the ability to counterattack in this situation. I think if he just keeps building Ultras, because he's only got one robotics facility, he can't get out Immortals in any significant numbers. Ultras, if you get like 10 Ultras here, you just win the game. Now, Flesh is down in gas right now, but his income in it is very high, so he should be able to, remax on units that matter. Right there, we've got another Ultra. I think Ultras are actually so good in this situation. Just get the Lings into the mineral line, and there go all the probes. Adios! 20 probes down. Yeah. Those Immortals do a lot of damage to Ultralisks, but they, like I said, he has 2. This is getting to be a scary number of Archons, but we're pretty much being forced into an all-in almost for Atlantine. Flesh should be running some of these workers on oversaturated bases to his 5th, since there is no mining whatsoever going on there. But, he's making good moves elsewhere. Okay. Looks like we've got more Ultras coming up, more drones, expanding to the top side of the map. But the Protoss army is moving across the map right now. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe just going to defend the 4th base. There is so much creep out here on this map that Flesh should be able to spot any move out pretty quickly, but he has not much in the bank because I think he just built a ton of units. Looks like there's some more Ultras coming up, more Lings. If he can get like a surround with the Lings from behind and Ultras in front, that would be huge. This army actually looks pretty small. There are so many fuzzballs. Jesus. 13 Archons. Oh, but we're pinching off the Immortals and the Colossi. The splash is gone. That threatens the Hydras in most cases. Oh, this is really bad for Atlantine. Even though 17 drones go down, I think that this is going to allow Zerg to counterattack and just take everything. Yeah, from 100 to 10 army supply. And that was just kind of a mismanaged comp from Atlantine. Like, Archons are great, but they're not going to help you really deal with those Ultralisks. All right. Actually, no, we're going to give it a couple minutes and we will run an ad. Just going to let the stream catch up. Yeah, I know that feeling, Flesh. I don't want to backseat too much and like offer advice in the chat, because one thing I hated was when casters were telling me like everything I should have done in the chat during the match, or like in right in the aftermath. If Atlantean is interested in uh, hearing kind of my analysis, he is able to go and watch the stream and or like the VOD, and that way he can get it if he wants to hear it. All right, we're gonna take an ad break. Run a few minutes of ads so that I don't have to deal with a pre-roll in the middle of a series. So get up, stretch, grab a snack. How many games left, Kev? In the initiate bracket, I think Flesh just went on to the finals, and actually he might be in an ad right now, so he might not actually hear this. But then there's the losers bracket, or the lower bracket finals, and then the finals will be a best of five. So there's at least you know um, 4 games left, potentially more. And I might cast some stuff from the other brackets too once this bracket finishes, if games are still ongoing. Gonna leave that party for now. Let's check the bracket quick. So Flesh just went through the finals. It looks like Your Edge and Zerg Tannis are currently playing in round 3 of the lower bracket. So Atlantean Scion needs to face the winner of this match. So then we could have a rematch between these two for the best of 5, or we might have Zerg Tannis and or Your Edge against Flesh. Looks like it is Atlantean Scion versus Your Edge. been great so far. I haven't had like any downtime between games today, so that's been nice. But uh, now I have to see. Okay, we just updated the bracket. Let's see if I can get those two in a lobby. Your Edge might be taking a quick break. Hard to say. Oh, I think I just heard a new follow. Thank you for following, Flesh. Appreciate it. It's the guy. It's Your Edge. So Your Edge and Atlantean in a best of one series. Your Edge has not accepted the invite yet. He might be away. Declined the invitation. Might have gone through. Yeah, Flesh, I don't blame you for needing a break after that one. That was a intense series. Even though it was a 2-0, I'm pretty sure. Like it was not an easy set of games. Like Atlantean battled for it. Also, everyone watching, remember there is a 60-second delay on the stream. It's always nice seeing some new blood in the initiate bracket too. Love seeing some new faces. 3250, impressive. Well, thank you, Your Edge. I'll try not to mention the fact that I've crashed out and lost about 150 MMR from where I was. So, So, Flesh, watching how your army got crushed so hard was that the two of you mostly had like similar supply armies. Um, and he had some like splash damage, like the Archons and stuff. And because of that, you kind of wound up going into like a meat grinder uh, over and over. I think that if he'd had more Immortals and if he had Storm, he probably would have been able to win. Um, but that's kind of, you know, six of one, half a dozen of the other. It's neither here nor there. Um, but definitely not having more Immortals against that, against all your Ultralisks, really hurt them. Though those Archons were very strong. Okay, we're going through 8 vetoes. It looks like. Okay, so first veto is Abyssal Kings. Eldorado. Neon. Ultra Love. Woohoo! This means that we might get a different map. Ultra Love got vetoed. Whispers. Nope, we're not getting a different map. Actually, it's still possible we could get Amygdala. Leylines vetoed. Okay, that's two of the ones that we've seen all day getting vetoed. Amygdala. So we're playing on Frostline. All right. Okay, getting into this best of one lower bracket final. Your Edge versus Atlantean. So this is a Protoss versus Zerg. All day I have been casting the same 3 maps. All day. All right, in the top corner with the blue Zerg drones, we have Your Edge. And in the bottom corner with the red Protoss probes, we have Atlantean. So this is a best of one. So whoever takes this game goes on to the upper bracket finals against Flesh in a best of 5. And at least that best of 5 means I have to cast a map that I haven't already casted today. Like, I've casted Frostline, Ley Lines, and what's the other one? Ultra Love today, and those are the only maps. Okay, we have a 12 pool, or not quite a 12 pool, but a pool first build coming out of Your Edge, which we are going to get the Probe Scout. It should see this, and Atlantean should be able to respond. So this isn't a 12 pool, but it is a pool first. So we are going to get a fast attack, and so Atlantean notices that that hatch is late, sees the pool almost finished, so we need to not go Nexus first. No, you can't go Nexus first here, man. No, oh no. If he starts pumping out lings, oh, I guess he's not even gonna pump out lings. I thought this was gonna be aggro right away, as that's usually what you do when you do a pool first. And this could have really bit Atlantean in the ass. But looks like we are not, in fact, going for a bunch of Zerglings across the map right away. Getting a little bit lucky there, or maybe just reading the situation better than me, who has a very conservative playstyle. Okay, we're getting a fast third hatch from your edge. This is what I like to see. He is just going to go into a macro game and try to out econ Atlantean, which does make the question of that early pool a little bit more like curious, because you delay your second hatch um, by going for that. But you know, he's not getting pressured at all for it. Oh, we're building the robo right in front of... Also, is there a gap between these? You now have two gaps in your wall? I feel like this is not a wall off, but I could be incorrect. Maybe they are. Looks like there's a gap there, but I might be wrong. Okay. I think it was just a probe over there that just went down. Gonna run some Zerglings across the map. Yep. We're plugging the gap. There might be a little bit of nerves on the side of Atlantean. We need a battery. This is very not good. But there's no metabolic boost, right? Meanwhile, in the back of the base, we are going for straight into a dark shrine, but this should get scouted by your edge, right? He's going to see it. All because that Zergling got in. Does he click on it? Does he click on the dark shrine? Come on, you gotta kill that Ling. Oh. I don't know if he was watching or not to see the dark shrine. Lair is coming up. Spore Crawler goes down there. Spore Crawler, yeah, he saw it. He must have. And now this loses so much power because that got scouted. Doesn't see the warp in, but he'll know it's coming soon. Roach Warren goes down. Evo Chambers, Hydra Den. Now neither side has a lot of army, so like they have the detection, but there's no real army right now. Both sides floating a lot of minerals too. Like, I feel like some of the nerves are getting to these players. Oh, might see it. Not sure. Your edge is supply blocked. Or gateways. I don't think we have like a, what's it called, charge or anything done, but at this point, warp in if whatever you can in DTs, and then build like some stalkers or some adepts or just more units. Like, you're pretty much needing to be all in, I think, at this point. Like, this got scouted ages ago, but he doesn't really have any army. He's got a little bit, a couple of roaches, but Now you drop the other 4 over here. Okay, so you're only attacking with 4 of your DTs, and these can't get out because this one's loaded. What are we doing here, buddy? Yeah, so if we drop those here, we at least get something. This is not as clean and crisp as it was against Zerg Tannis. Another DT goes down. We do have the Stalkers and the slow Zealots going across the map. Remember what I said about Atlantean loving these Zealots? He builds so many Zealots. These ones are slow. Still has like 4 or 5 of them. And like 8 Zealots at home? Also, just seeing your comments there, Flesh. Yeah, I do feel now that it was a bait. Oh, so he just turned those DTs into Archons now. I don't really like that. I feel like that is a waste of the DTs. You could maybe try to, like, when he moves out or something, have hit him with them. I don't necessarily think that turning them into Archons was that great of an idea. Also, we gotta get, come on, we gotta get rid of this Overlord right here. Like, he sees everything you're doing on that pervert pillar. And no Robo Bay for Zealots, or sorry, not Zealots, for Colossi, and no Storm for Splash. Like, these 2 Archons are our only splash damage against this army, and Zealot Charge still not done. +1 is not even halfway. This is a very dire situation for the Protoss. Lurkers are coming up. Yeah, this is not a good situation to be on in if you're Atlantean. I think maybe the nerves getting to him a little bit. $73 to $97 army supply, but with these not really having much in the way of detection, Charge does finish, but I don't think that he has enough to just bulldoze his way into this army. But I've been wrong before. Surprisingly good trades going on. Another Warpin. Okay. Okay, we have some life from Atlantean. Colossus coming up. Really would love to see him actually research Storm. Like, get your Templar archives, research Storm. Ooh, a Zealot run by on the other side of the map from the Warp Prism. Didn't even see that going down. Don't think it got any drones, because I don't think there were any drones at this base. But good counterattack. There are 31 drones at his natural. I don't know that you can afford to be this far up with this small an army. Like, these lurkers are very scary to you. Your edge has over 4,000 minerals in the bank. Okay, so you are focusing down the lurkers, getting a couple of lurkers, that is good, but I think there's just way too much Zerg here. If anything, maybe drawing him off here with the Zealot run by while you hit up at this base might have been the play, but I just don't think you have the production or the resources to be on the other side of the map like this, going for huge fights. 94 to 50 army supply. Yeesh. Still, oh, there's the Templar archives. But I think that your edge wants to finish this game here and now. Getting those lurkers buried, or burrowed. I would have considered warping in those zealots up here to get a flank. Yeah, and you can't chase into these lurkers like this. And I don't think he has any detection here to actually see the lurkers either. So he's just hoping that he can smash enough of the army to make this worthwhile. I don't know where his observers are. I don't know if he has any observers. He has two, but they're not here, and they're not showing us where the lurkers are. And it's all it's taking is these 3 to 5 lurkers to cause a huge amount of damage to his army with their splash. Unfortunately, I think that this is pretty much it. Yeah, the observers are just flying in, getting picked off by the Hydralisks, and that should be game. Good try from Atlantine, but he falls just short. That'll give him third place in the tournament, and then it will be Flesh against Your Edge for the final. Just very unfortunate in that last one. Okay, I'm gonna run a 1 minute ad now to hopefully avoid any ads while the games are playing. So get up, stretch. Okay, I'm thinking Flesh might be taking a short break. He was in the chat, but games today have been going pretty fast. It's not what I wanted. A ZVZ final, which I know a lot of people are not particularly fond of. I was really rooting for Protoss to get into the finals, so Atlantine, if you're here, you did great. Just a bit of bad luck in that last game. Send Flesh another invite. So I'm just assuming he's probably not at his computer right now. And if this is a best of five, at least that means I can cast a map that isn't Ley Lines, Frostline, or Ultra Love. Those are the only three maps that I have casted all day today. And I am so excited to get to cast a map that is not one of those three. So we might be swapping over to the EU server for this one, um, depending on if your Edge and Flesh want to play there, because they are both from EU, which would give them more favorable ping and shouldn't really affect me as a caster, I don't think. So I haven't actually logged into the EU server in quite some time. I used to play there every once in a while, but I think they used to have like a Western Europe server that no longer exists, where my ping was not too bad. But I might be crazy. Just need your Edge to confirm. Then we can get this final underway. Zerg Cabal out in force today in the initiate bracket. All right, just gonna swap my overlay for just a second. Take a look at the tournament brackets while I change regions. Okay, so I think these are the guys. I'm guessing. Um, Platinum 3, 2800 MMR, and 2793. So close. So we got Neon and then Abyssal. I am so hoping to cast a map that is not going to be uh, that is not going to be Leylines, Frostline, or Ultralove again. So thank you to everyone that is tuning into the stream today. And thank you to Glacius for putting on this league and for putting all of our streams on the Amateur League website and doing all the work that he does behind the scenes. This league would not be possible without him and his amazing intern team. Amygdala is our third veto. What is veto number 4? Veto number 4. Final veto. I'm guessing it's going to be El Dorado. If I had to, guess based off what I know, El Dorado is going to be the final veto. Oh, King's Cove. King's Cove. Okay, map 1 from Flesh. Please give me something that isn't ley lines. Whispers of Gold. Okay, so Whispers of Gold. What is map number 2? Come on. Show me map number 2. Okay, Frostline is map number 2. Back to Old Faithful. Map number 3. So this is the minimum. I cannot speak. El Dorado. Minimum number of maps that we will have is 3. Fourth is ley lines. which means the fifth one is Ultra Love. Observer plus plus. So Ultra Love, fun fact, is the smallest map, or the shortest rush distance, I should say, in the current map pool. All right, Flesh is ready. Just waiting on. Okay, both players are ready. Let's get it. All right, getting into this best of 5 series between Your Edge and Flesh, though his name is slightly different on Europe. In the bottom corner, with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Flesh. And the top corner, with the red Zerg drones, we have Your Edge on NA and I Live Forever on Europe, which I will change that name in my overlay for the next game. All right, so I have only seen the one game from I Live Forever against Protoss, and it was very solid macro game. Flesh, I've seen a lot of games. He was the runner-up in the major tournament. He likes to play a pretty standard macro game, so I'm not expecting anything different. Hatch goes down for I Live Forever, and looks like we are going to have a hatch go down shortly after for Flesh. Very similar timings from both players. I assume we're going to see a gas and a pool from both of them. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. How many Z's were in Initiate today? I believe it was 3 of the 7 players were Zerg. I think we had 3 Zerg, 2 Terran, and 2 Protoss. That sounds correct. 1, 2, yep, 3 Zerg, 2 Protoss, and 2 Terran, yeah. So the Zerg Cabal is strong in the Initiate, even after, a couple of really strong Zergs started playing in Veteran from Initiate. Everything here, very stock standard. Nothing at all out of the ordinary. Metabolic boost starting for Flesh. I assume we will see that in just a moment out of I Live Forever. Yup, there it goes. Couple of safety lings up for both sides. Queens coming up on the production tab. That is like watching a complete mirror for both of these players. Flesh gets an early Baneling nest. Anything like that. Ooh, Macro Hatch coming up for I Live Forever. I do think that Banelings are often a good call in ZVZ. Yep, Baneling Nest coming up for I Live Forever as well. I'll be honest with people, if you're watching the stream, I always struggle to tell when watching a ZVZ who is even winning these games. Like, they are so dynamic, and everything is just on a knife's edge the entire time, it feels like. The one who was winning a second ago is now losing, and you never know who's going to wind up winning in a ZVZ, I feel. Alright, we got some Zerglings out, a couple of Banelings. Roughly the same army size for both. Nothing all too crazy going on. Roach Warren coming up for I Live Forever. Some Zerglings going across the map. But we have roughly the same army size. And with a couple Banelings up, this should not be really any kind of a threat to Flesh. Looks like neither side is really going for a third. As I say that, of course, Flesh goes and starts a third expansion. This maybe gets spotted? Yeah, just barely. The Overlord there spots the third. Oh, but we have attack coming in. Whole bunch of Zerglings and Banes. Queen is going to get sniped. Ooh, that hurts. Banelings are now going for the mineral line. And 7 drones. 14 drones go down. No. Oh, that is a huge loss for Flesh. Jeez, I really cannot speak after casting for like 3 hours. It sounds like I've been drinking or something. Absolutely huge losing those 14 drones. Now, I assume off the back of this, Flesh is going to go for a Roach all-in. Do we have the lair coming down? So we're going to probably look for +1 missile upgrades, Roach speed. But we're moving across the map already. Oh no, he just barely didn't get the Overlord 9 health. I think he grabbed the Queen to do an inject. I Live Forever up to 53 army supply. So I don't know how Flesh is going to hold this. Maybe if he gets a whole bunch of Hydras out, but I think that this is... Yeah, like, I don't think you can fight this like this, brother. I'm pretty sure that this is GG for Flesh. I don't think he can come back from this. This is too big of an attack. He lost too much early. And I don't think he has the ability to pump out enough units to hold this. Now, Defender's advantage is very strong, but there is so much. 56 army supply. That army is massive. Yeah, this is GG. Okay, map 1 goes to I Live Forever. That was one heck of an attack. Just relentless pressure. Okay, so map 1 for I Live Forever was, map 1 was chosen by Flesh. It was Whispers of Gold. For map 2, we are headed to Frostline. Oh man. Hopefully, Flesh can bounce back. All right, we're getting right into game number two. Nice fast games. That's what I like to see. All right, in the top corner, currently up one in this series, we have I Live Forever. And in the bottom corner, needing our energy to get on the board, we have Flesh. Honestly, this game was so close in the last game until suddenly 14 drones went down to a couple of banelings. Just an unfortunate timing that Flesh was not ready for. And I think that that damage was just not recoverable for him. Then I Live Forever was knocking at his door with a whole bunch of roaches, and he was just not prepared. He'd gone into Hydras, which I think was actually a good call, but he couldn't get out the numbers that he needed to really hold off the roach ball that was coming from, along with a whole bunch of zerglings. I Live Forever had about double Flesh's army supply in those when that last fight started. So it was just, he hadn't expanded, he hadn't done anything but make army, and then he went out to crush his opponent. Got to be careful. Zerg can do some really nasty two base all ins in ZVZ. Okay, need to boost my mic a little bit again, I think, because I keep changing um, my stream scene, and it seems to reset my audio every time I do it. All right, so standard hatch gas pool for both Zerg. Not a whole lot to talk about at this point. Overlords flying on by each other. Little bit of keyboard spam or hotkey spam from Flesh, watching the camera jump back and forth between his two bases. All right, so I assume we are going to see Ling speed in just a second for both of these players. Yep, there it is, metabolic boost for Flesh. And we'll probably see it soon for I Live Forever. Got Baneling Nest going down already, probably smart. Ling speed has started, but it was good, 30 seconds or so behind when Flesh started. Might give him a window to do something if he's right on that ball, but probably not. Generally, when I play ZVZ, I always wall off the front of my base and shove a queen in the wall to make sure that I can't just get Ling flooded and Baneling busted too easily. Um, I also usually go for Roach all-ins, though. That only works so well. Okay, so Flesh does have Lings on the other side of the map. He sees some of what's there. Doesn't mean he can't make something happen, though. He's got that window. Not that he really knows that. Okay, we've got good scouting overlords from I Live Forever to see if or when Flesh expands. And if he does, that tells him, he's not building army. I assume that the Red Zerg here is just planning on all-inning with like roaches or something similar in these games because he's going for another macro hatch. He is not looking to expand. All right, both sides have Ling speed up now, but I Live Forever has slightly more army supply than Flesh does. Flesh puts more in production at home, but these Lings are going across the map right now. And when you lose a Ling fight or a Muta fight or whatever, even though you have only a little bit less than the opponent does, you always seem to lose everything where they lose barely anything in ZVZ, I've noticed. Okay, so we are getting a little bit of a wall off here from I Live Forever. I do think that would be a good idea for Flesh, honestly. Is, wall off so that he can't just run in and kill all your drones again. Both sides have similar workers. I Live Forever is up 3 workers, up 4 army supply. So these are very similar, economies, very similar armies. And there we go. The Zerglings are in. Really think you gotta start walling that front off. Oh, he sees the Roach Warren. He sees the roaches coming out. Okay, so we're going into the Roach Ball with a couple of Banelings. Now, Flesh does not have Banelings. I say as he starts morphing in a bunch of Banelings. Okay, both sides have slow Banelings. But I think that overall there's just more stuff for red than there is for yellow. Just not a great fight overall. 18 Zerglings on the production tab for 26 Zerglings on the production tab for I Live Forever. He is just going to Ling Flood off the back of this, and quite honestly, there is nothing Flesh can do. This game is over. Without a wall, there is nothing he can do to stop these Zerglings from just flooding across the map. He has 10 Zerglings on the way, but will that actually be enough to stop the red tide that is just surging across the map at him? I don't think so. Yeah, this is probably just game, but I've underestimated Zerg Defender's advantage before. Queen's going down, no transfused energy available. Roaches and some Zerglings are popping, but I don't think... Yep, that is GG called. And currently it is 2-0 for I Live Forever. I think that Flesh is just slightly misreading these situations. Okay, I Live Forever says 1 minute, please. We are going to run an ad shortly. Just waiting for the stream to catch up a little bit, and then we will run a 1 minute ad to make sure that there are no pre-rolls while the action is happening. What was our third map? Our third map is El Dorado. Oh, I haven't seen that one all day today. I'm so happy. Running an ad right now, so stretch. Take a quick break. I just don't want ads running in the middle of, a fight or in the middle of a match. Okay. Third map is going to be El Dorado. All right, let's get into the next one, hopefully. So this is match point for I Live Forever. All right, I just want to get into this game. Come on, guys. Ready up. I could run another ad at this rate. All right, let's get into game three. This is match point for I Live Forever. Currently up 2-0 on Flesh. Alrighty. All right, in the left corner of El Dorado, we have on match point I Live Forever. And in the right corner, we have Flesh. All right, let's send him our energy so he can get on the board and make a proper series of this game. Currently, I Live Forever is up 2-0 against Flesh. And these games, I can't say that they have been like huge blowouts. They've been pretty close. They could have gone either way. I think that Flesh has just had some kind of slight misreads on some of these situations. And, ZVZ being ZVZ, this has been kind of resulted in a catastrophic situation for him just off of a couple small either mistakes or misreads. All right, both players so far are playing the exact same builds as they have every other game, playing very standardly, hatch gas pools for both. Absolutely no deviation between these two. I'm just so happy to get to cast maps that aren't Leylines, Ultralove, and um, what's the third one? Frostline. Those are the only maps that I got to cast in any of the best of three series. So now getting to cast Whispers of Gold and El Dorado is very nice. This is the first time I've seen I Live Forever or Your Edge on NA in the tournament. I think he's brand new. It's nice to see some new and strong players in the tournament. Making it to the finals in your first amateur league tourney, pretty good showing. And then Atlantean Scion made it to third place in his first amateur league tourney. So some exciting players for this new season. I look forward to watching them develop as the season goes on. All right, so what do we have coming up here? A Baneling Nest, pretty standard. Get the overlay off the screen. Now things might start happening. Baneling Nest. I feel like something has to change, like a little bit for Flesh, because if I'm in I Live Forever stance or shoes, like I am doing the exact same things I've done the whole time along, because I'm up 2-0 and they're working. Why would I need to adapt if the strategies I'm using are working? Uh, it's up to Flesh to change something in how he is playing this matchup so that he can come out on top. Now, I think part of that means, walling off your ramp and putting a queen in that wall so that you can't just get ling flooded and have banelings run into your mineral line for free. I think that would be huge, honestly. Because that pretty much lost him one of the games. Hey, Atlantean Sun, thanks for chatting. Yeah, you did great today, and it's nice seeing some more Protoss players in the tournament. Protoss is my main race, so it is the race I know best and have a lot of fun casting. All right, we got a Roach Warren coming up. So far, we are seeing the exact same plays that we've seen. Ooh, a faster lair. So maybe Flesh is trying to go into faster Hydras because I'm not seeing a Roach Warren. Maybe. Macro Hatch coming up for I Live Forever. Zerglings going across the map. Or maybe not, just running around. Taking the long way across the map. With these creep tumors there, you cannot go and wall off this location then, I don't think. Some more banelings are going to be good and needed to hold this attack. 19 to 25 army supply. What are we going for? Oh, it's Mutas. That makes sense on Eldorado, actually. But he has to hold this first attack from I Live Forever. Ooh, great connection on the Baneling. So many Banelings went down there. Ooh. Not so great on the next part on the follow-up, but that one Baneling killed like 20 Zerglings or something. There was something stupid. That is a highlight reel play. But this doesn't change the fact that Flesh keeps having these kinds of plays where, some skirmish goes bad just outside his base and he loses a couple of drones. And ends up coming out on the worst end of it. I Live Forever now up to 40 army supply, building roaches. But if he can get a bunch of mutas up, which I don't think he has the resources for, but if he can, that is going to be great against those roaches. But there are a number of overlords around, and you need those mutas to not get scouted. Oh, I don't know if he sees it. I don't know if he sees the mutas that flew right by the overlords. Do we get any kind of reaction? Any kind of spore crawlers? More queens? Okay, mutas are killing the roaches, but we only have 4 of them. We only have like 5 mutas. This is not enough. Okay, we take out a queen. Spore crawlers are coming up now. But if I Live Forever, I am marching across the map to take out as much of your base as I can, since you have mutas out, and I can't do much about that. Yeah, and Flesh doesn't really have much back at home that can hold this attack. He's just trying to trade out on the other side of the map with these mutas, but this is so many roaches. Keep sending the mutas across the map, but your base is dying. Couple mutas go down. Oh, he actually sent lings across the map too. So many drones going down. I Live Forever only has 6 workers though. Flesh actually might come out ahead in this base trade. Ooh, I don't know if he could see the. Oh, he lost all the mutas to the Spore Crawler, and that is unfortunately going to be it for his time in this tournament. I Live Forever beats Flesh 3-0. So great games from these two guys. It's 4 o'clock. I unfortunately need to tap out here. I'm not sure if anyone is still streaming or if any of the other brackets are still ongoing. Let me check. Uh, might be some other brackets going on. Nope, looks like veterans done. Prestige looks like it's done. Okay, it looks like everything is done for the day for Amateur League. Let me see if there is someone I can raid. Is Defiant still streaming? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so I think I'm gonna raid my buddy Kev. I bang Dad's 420. I think he's playing League of Legends right now. Usually like to raid someone from Amateur League, but I don't think there's anyone currently streaming from Amateur League. So we're gonna start that raid now. Thank you everyone who tuned in today. Appreciate you watching, following. VOD will be up shortly after the stream. All right. Have a great rest of your weekend.